As we sort through this class, we want to once again welcome our judge, A.J. Ginter, from Archibald, Ohio, where he is a farm loan officer for State Bank. He is married to his wife, Kisha. They have 4 kids, Ava, Allie, Alec, and Ames. He is a graduate of the Ohio State University. His hobbies include playing basketball, watching his children participate in various activities, and showing livestock. He's been judging shows for over 20 years at all levels, including the American Royal, the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, and the Exposition. His favorite thing about livestock shows is meeting people along the way that you get to participate with. Let's give our judge a big San Antonio welcome for all the work that he's doing throughout this show. Lots of decisions made and lots more to come. All right, folks, let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause as they've been excused from the show arena. Lots of work, lots of effort goes into these projects. We all know how hard that is. Did a great job. We appreciate you coming to the San Antonio Livestock Show. Wish you good luck as you go down the road with these gilts. Attention in the barns, Class 11 crossbred gilts. You need to make your way to the staging area. Class 11 crossbred gilts. Please come to the staging area. For timing purposes, we will be taking a lunch break after we choose our champion middleweight crossbred gilt. We will let you know the return time as soon as we get, or as we get a little closer to that point. But we will be taking a 30 to 45-minute lunch break after the middleweight champion crossbred gilt is chosen. All right, let's give a round. Let's give a round. Let's give a round of applause to. Let's give a round of applause to these individuals that made it to the top end, just didn't quite get to the top 10 on this set. They've done a great job today.
Okay. Give me just a. Sure, that's fine.
Well, certainly an interesting set of gilts here to work through, and I'll be the first to admit our class winner has got a little hole up front, but past that, stand over them. She's as impressive as any. Stand from afar and just watch her go from the side. She's got a big hind leg and pushes it straight forward. She's got a beautiful head and neck on her, and then just balances up from the side profile. So good. I like her length of hip, and again, her proportions are extremely good. And as you watch both first and second go directly away from you, our class winner has got a much more secure hind leg in terms of upper hip, way that she uses her pin set as she grabs the gear and goes across the surface. I thought both of these are extremely good. Again, our class winner could be a little better as she comes, but again, I'm not a single trait guy and never have been, not going to start today. The young lady's gilt that's in second is extremely impressive as well. I mean, you talk about broad back and a good center rib and a big hind leg. All those things are absolutely spot on. From the side, she gets a little rounder in terms of her upper hip. She gets a little more robotic in terms of that she uses her upper hip. And I call her a wash at the base of her chest and her front knee. And so when you take first and second and you throw chest out the window, you get from afar. Again, our class winner supersedes. I thought a good pair on the top end. This one here is stout and dense for sure. I thought a nice top pair. The blue gilt for me causes the most problems because she is the broadest when she comes directly out of the holding pins, but at the same time, she uses her upper hip just a shot more than what I'm going to call ideal. She's broad in her body. She's dense in her rib. She's got a big hind leg, but she really wants to plant and throw them east and west as we set them into motion. As we stood over the top three, she was the most vanilla and plain down her back line there, just the most nondescript. Probably the most interesting gilt for me from a far-reaching value. She doesn't have the stuff in terms of width and spread and dimension here today. She's a little more peaked in terms of her chest, but you talk about head shape, ear set, in just design. If we're going to cut them on just a side profile, this is a gilt I probably start with because, man, she's got a big hind leg, a useful hind leg. I love her skull. I love her head. Her lines that she paints are spot on for me, just too skinny from end to end to get her up any higher, but wouldn't be surprised if that one catches a fair price here tomorrow. The one that comes out next is really bulky centered, really big-ended, simply put, too round in her upper hip, too past in terms of just her condition out here. I'd like to peel her down and just make her neater and trim her through the lower 1/3 of her body there. But again, as you jump in and get close, man, she's got a big back and a big rear end, just a little more vanilla, if you will. The gilt that comes out next has got great big legs and a stout skull for sure. She's a little different in how she uses her hind legs. She's shorter in her upper hip. She's a bit more stilty and upright in her shoulder. And with that, as I got in close, she was the driest and flattest in her forerib there. But again, parts and pieces that I like a great deal. I just like to fit them to get together just a shot better to move her up in this particular drive. The young lady did an awesome job presenting her to me. She's got one that was ultra big-legged. I told the young lady that comes next has got one that's really attractive from the side profile, not near as tough built in terms of a feature out here, if you will. She gets a bit more stilty and upright in her shoulder, a little rounder out back, but again, pliable in the middle part of her body, and again, very well presented in terms of skin and hair. The blue gilt that comes out next, not as stout-headed, little rounder in terms of her upper hip, but again, when you step off from the side, she's got some shape to her forerib. She's got some shape out of the backside of her shoulder there, and I thought a gilt that set a good square hind leg to the surface as she went directly away. Just didn't read her as near as exotic as some we saw ahead of her. Here's one that's really sound and practical, extra heavy structured, ran out of width and dimension all the way through. Young man that we round out with got one that's extra stout in terms of bone, foot, and feature and skull. Simply put, too far out of bounds on his hind end. Let's go ahead and congratulate those kids as they head back.
All right, with that last class, Class 10, first place went to Jesse Threet from Florence, FFA. Second place went to Kylie. Place, Madison Diego from James Madison, FFA. Fourth place, JC Christian from Jacksboro, FFA. Fifth place, Lillian Boren from Bangs, FFA. Sixth place, Sienna Garza, La Sara, FFA. Seventh place, Aubrey Bowman, Davenport, FFA. Eighth place, Philip Cranfield, Hondo, FFA. Ninth place, Addison Wolf, Judson, FFA. And rounding out our class in number 10 is James Vaught from Iredale, FFA. Congratulations to all our Class 10 winners. At this time, we have Class 11 sorting in the background. Class 11 medium weights ranging from 262 to 267, and we have 40 head in this class. Would like to take a moment and say thank you to Primo Feeds for their continued sponsorship of the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Junior Swine Shows. If you have a chance to see them, be sure and tell them thanks.
Okay, how's that? Okay, we're back at the Crossbred Guilt Show. We have started Division 2. We've had a little bit of some technical difficulties, so we're back in the groove now. Our class number 8 winner, first place was Colby Florence from Tarrant County 4-H. That's a reason Smize Genetics Guild. She's a claws backdrop. Second in that class was Whit Lowry from Comal County 4-H from Stork. She was still standing Trick Daddy. Third was also from Stork, and we are still hunting a sire on that one, but that's out of a Trick Daddy next sow. Class 8, Class 8, fourth place was a D2 Livestock, and she's a trippy, quite frankly. Class 9 was an S&K leadoff gilt from Addison Estate from Medina Valley. White Ducos also from Medina Valley had an ally gilt that was a leadoff. And third was Hartley, I'm going to butcher this one, Kucharowski, apologize in advance, McClellan County 4-H, a Wintex gilt back in the saddle, OSHA. Class number 10, this just concluded Lester Livestock Bred gilt from Jesse Treat from Florence. She's a firm foundation heavy hitter from Lester Livestock there in Oklahoma. Kylie Johnson from Jacksboro FFA had the second place winner from Kevin Thomas is a Trick Ford Nomad. And Madison Diego from James Madison had an ally gilt. I got to get with Weston Charles to find out her pedigree, 39 letter gilt. So we will be talking here. We're now showing Class 11. And Class 11, they weigh from, this is the fourth class in Division 2, 262 to 267. There's 40 head. AJ is pinned weighed about 7 of them, I guess, 7 or 8. So we're getting close to the end of the sort, and he's concluding his sift in the back, and we will sort through this class.
Taking a lunch break
They are after Division 2.
after the mids. Figured they would.
Yes.
And this is class 11.
What was the bull that Duff bought from Brown?
So he'd be Montana Judgment out of this Blackbird 3015 cow who just sold a son 2 days ago for $600,000.
Wow.
So he'd be a maternal brother.
Brown sold that bull?
Yeah.
Wow.
Brown sold Ray's Judgment, sold him for 185. The guy flushed this cow. David got part of the cow, and so they flushed her that way to Judgment. And then this guy sold a bull. The guy that owned the actual donor cow.
Wow.
He sold a bull.
600 grand.
Yeah. I've got a flushmate sister in Virginia. There's only 3 in existence, and he sold one of those in the same sale for $135,000.
You've got a fleshmate sister? Oh my.
They got a flushmate sister, and then they've got 6 other maternal sisters on the ground. 2
What are you doing with that cow?
for the old cow.
Crossbred gilt exhibitors, this is first call for Class 12 middleweight crossbreds. If you have a Class 12 gilt, start making your way to the staging area. All right, folks, we're going to go ahead and excuse the remaining hogs in the arena. Let's give these kids a big round of applause and give them a hug as they come out of the arena. Wish them the best of luck at the next show. All right, folks, we've got our top 10 selected. Let's give the round of applause to these remaining exhibitors. They've done a great job. Came really close to being in the top 10 at the San Antonio Livestock Show.
Another very good class, and again, a top pair, elite status, if you will, and then amongst the pair, the athlete of the drive goes ahead and commands respect. You talk about shoulder set, angle, and just step out of their front end, and you watch these both go from the side. The nod has to go to our class winner, and then when you get in close, there's actually more shape. At the backside of the shoulder of our class winner, she's as good in her forerib and body, and then from a side, if you don't tell me that one can pick them up and slam them down with authority, and then she's got a stout head. She's opened up enough. She's beautiful in her pattern from the side. That's a smooth criminal to lead this particular class. I thought a nice gilt to start out. The gilt that's in second, if somebody wanted to tell me, hey, there's pieces and parts of this gilt that make her extremely valuable, I wouldn't disagree with you, because her skin and hair texture is off the charts. From the shoulders back is as impressive as anything. She's got a great big hind leg. It sets squarely. She pushes and plants off of it with authority. My biggest issue is her shoulder and front foot out here. She really wants to be a little more hesitant. She's not near as comfortable as what our class winner is, but that pattern and silhouette from the side is what we've chased all day. away. I'd hate to have her in 2. But again, form and function gave the nod to our class winner. I thought a very good pair on the top end. I told little homie here that we had a bad spin out back. I didn't get him directly to the pins. And then on the redrive, I thought, man, I was pretty critical of that one in the SIF pin because she's next best in terms of boldness of body, in terms of having a 3-dimensional look, in terms of having a square hind leg. You correlate her to our first 2. She's a little rounder and just shorter in terms of her upper hip. But man, when you make them 3-dimensional and sound, that's a pretty nice one to have to shake into 3. Again, lengthen her hips, stouten her bone column just a shade. Then it gets a little more serious, maybe even have her up in 2nd for her added comfort out of her shoulder. But today she's 3. One that comes in 4 is as exotic as any. And you talk about the term run uphill, and I really believe this one does run uphill. She's taller at the point of her shoulder than she is out back. She's got a great big hind leg working in her from the side. I adore the gilt. I'd like to stouten her head and lower her jaw just a shade. I crawl in behind. She gets a little out of bounds. Pull her hock in, stouten her front arm, give her a little more chub through the middle part of her body. Then it gets a little more serious. But if you need a piece and part that looks like that, I'd look her up in the back because that one's wild looking in places for me. The one that comes out a 5, again, moderate, stout, heavy structured, tough built in terms of her skull. She's got the big wide width between her eyes. She's got fluffy ears to go with it. For me, she gets a little hesitant out front, a little round out back in terms of her upper hip. But again, that's a 3-dimensional gilt that's genuine and certainly a very high quality gilt. Young lady that comes next has got one that's really bold in terms of stoutness of head and stoutness of feature. For me, she wants to swivel and sway in terms of her upper hip. She too gets a bit forward and upright and stilty in her shoulder. But I thought her added stoutness of feature. I thought her added just width and body allowed her to jump over the young man here in red. Again, he's doing an awesome job presenting that gilt to me. She's a little peaked in terms of her head and skull out here. She's a little more just vanilla in terms of her shape and muscle. The one below her's got some more muscle and power, but at the same time not near as loose in terms of her skeleton. Here's one that's really wide built and big backed and big pinned. Big haired as well to go with it, but at the same token packs a little more at the base of her neck, wants to pack a little more right at the top of her crest, and again not near as loose moving. Here's one that's better looking, simply too tight off of both ends of her body. Let's congratulate those kids as they head back.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
6th place was Briley Wade from Joshua FFA. 7th place, Waylon Wolf, San Patricio County 4-H. 8th place, Hannah Garvin, Yoakum FFA. 9th place is Keithan Wilson, Skidmore Tynan FFA. And 10th place, Reno Shka from Bell County 4-H. At this time, we're bringing in class 12, our last middleweight class. These hogs weigh from 268 to 273, and there's 42 gilts in this class. All right, crossbred exhibitors. We're showing our final medium weight class crossbreds, class 12. We will then be choosing our division and reserve division champion. Following that, we'll have a short lunch break. We'll give you specific times of when we'll return. If you have a first and second in class 8, 9, 10, or 11, be thinking about getting them ready. We'll be calling for them just shortly. Just a reminder, we will be breaking for lunch immediately after we choose our middleweight champion and reserve champion. And we'll give you a better time range on when we're starting once we get to that point. Crossbred Gilt exhibitors, this is just a reminder that we will be breaking for lunch as soon as we choose our champion and reserve champion middleweight. We will give you a more specific time on when we will return to our heavyweight drive as soon as we get to that point.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the champion's formula at winning-enterprises.com.
All right, folks, our judges excused remaining pigs in.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
This will be our first call. First call for first and second place pigs or gilts from class 8, 9, 10, and 11 in the crossbred drive. First and seconds from class 8, 9, 10, and 11. You can slowly start making your way back up to the staging area.
Okay, we are on class 12, weights 268 to 273. He is working through in East Pin 2, I believe. Young man in the second hole is a Whitesbury showman. I believe a BR Farms pig. I'll find some information from Barry or R later. But we've got 2 pins so far. This is the last class of our middle division, and we will actually break for lunch for an hour after this division. So we'll complete this class, name a champion or reserve in this division, and then we'll have a lunch break. The gilt that is the blue gilt I mentioned earlier is here to stay, cotton napping, and that's what I thought. Justin, the mom was the blue gilt that sold here 2 years ago. That made the sale for the same young man, I believe. But it's a nice gilt. Thanks for the pedigree. Here to stay, cotton napping. Remember that cotton napping gilt? It looks just like her. He is getting down to 7 or 8 now, and we'll do an excuse here in a few minutes. But if you know of any of the pedigrees on any of these that you have seen pinned, you're welcome to text me at 405-255-3076. So far, it's a really good class.
All right, folks, that rounds out our top 10 crew right there. We're going to dismiss the remaining gilts. Let's give them a round of applause as they exit the arena.
We're wrapping up our last class in this division, class number 12, 268 to 273. Actually, not wrapping it up. We're sorting the top 5, I guess. Really nice wide belt. The gilt comes out. The first pin, very flexible. Really good on her hip and hind leg. For you hair freaks, she's one that's got some hair. It still is built extremely good. Blue gilt I mentioned earlier. Comes out of comes out of pin number 2. She's that here to stay cotton napping. The attractive gilt comes in 3, maybe just a little frailer, but tons of body and really good looking from the side. Still has good joints and angles. Really attractive, active kind of gilt comes out of pin 4. She too maybe not as heavy structure on the front feet especially, and a little flatter footed, but really got a good look and design. A little more conventional, really hairy, curly, wide chested kind of gilt comes in the 5th hole. Really powerful. Probably the smallest in her framework and shortest bodied. Some people might appreciate that, and in some cases it's probably valuable. Mostly white gilt comes out next. Another impressive kind of female, very functional in her look. Very nice deep class. As soon as we get pedigrees, we will start posting some or start announcing some after the division's over with, but very nice class.
Well, a good way to end our second division of classes here. And from the jump, our class winner, in my opinion, starts for fun. And that's when she pokes her head out of the holding pins. That is a big arm and a big square chest, and then certainly transitions into a big forerib and a big back that's fresh. And then when I step off to the side, she is a smooth criminal out on the move in terms of hip and hind leg, her three-dimensional look when I stand over. And then when you stand from afar, her running gear is unmatched in terms of step out front, step out back, and then just a beautiful pattern and silhouette. I think her hind leg bend or slope to her hip is just spot on. It's what allows her to move like she does. That view coming, though, is very, very good from the side. Congratulations to that young lady. I think she's got a very, very good class winner that does it extremely, extremely good. This gilt in second, I'm not going to tell you that she's not as wild looking as anything in the drive. She's got a big, big back leg, and it's set in squarely. Now, relative to our class winner, she gets a little tighter in terms of her upper hip. She gets a little tighter in terms of her shoulder out here, not near the athlete of the drive, but if you want to show them on the stand and just post them up, you'd say that one's long neck, flat back, long hipped, and giant muscled, and got a great big square upper rump. And so there's pieces of that gilt that I can see. If you say, hey, Guinea, that one's really, really expensive, I wouldn't argue with you because she's got wild, wild parts, but too much east and west for me, too much use of upper hip. I'd like to just loosen her a shade if we're going to allow her to be a class winner. I thought this one here was one that, to me, pliability of body, rib shape, and just overall comfort out here was very, very good. At the same token, she's not near as stout. In terms of her front ankle and front foot, she's not near as durable in terms of her head shape out here. But again, as I stood over them, she was next. As impressive as anything that we saw in the drive in terms of spread, skin, hair, presentation. She was the roundest in terms of her upper hip. I thought her look out front and just her body condition got the really stout blue gilt that comes out of out of 4. Again, on the stand, I like this gilt. She's broad, she's thick, she's dense. She's one that's got a little more right at the base of her throat. She's not near as exotic in terms of her look out ahead of her blade. She too is a little more robotic in terms of the way she uses her upper hip. You pull the hair, she's not as stout in terms of her feature, but I thought she was a good quality gilt to be here in 4. One that comes in 5, again, as just a practical meat and potatoes kind of a female. Again, broad-bodied and certainly one that's got a square hind leg set in as we watch her go away. Runs uphill, a little flatter in her forerib and not quite as comfortable out here on the drive. Young lady's gilt's not as stout-headed and just not as didn't have the aesthetic value from the side profile. She's a little shorter in terms of her upper hip, a little plainer in terms of her muscularity down her back line there, but man, she's got a big square hind leg, and that's why she got to the pens. The one that comes next, again, I sent to the pens late, come out of the sea here. Big, tall-fronted, extended kind of a female for me, straight off of both ends of her body, flatter in her forerib and just cage out here. We go ahead and give that one a little more bulk and just a little different bend to her hind leg, and it gets a little more serious for me to get her up the way. Here's one that's really good looking from the side. Great skin and hair texture. Again, she's flatter in her body. Her rear feet twist at the ground. Doesn't have the horsepower some of the other ones we saw. Young lady's got one here. It's not as good looking, a little more plain in terms of shape and muscle. Really good design black gilt we round out in 10. Again, tall fronted, flexible in terms of comfort out here. Let's congratulate those kids as they had back excellent class on the top end.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
6th place, Ali Kovar, also from Perrin FFA. 7th place, Peyton Terrell from Jacksboro FFA. 8th place, Bailey Shivelbein from East Central FFA. 9th place was Kai Thibodeau from Kaufman FFA. And 10th place was Eliana Frizzle from Sherman County 4-H. At this time, we're going to start our champion middleweight crossbred drive. First place from our Class 8 was Kobe Florence from Tarrant County 4-H. First place from Class 9 was Addison Eckley from Medina Valley FFA. First place in Class 10, Jesse Threet from Florence FFA. From Class 11, Callie Matthews, Sinton FFA. And Class 12 winner was Bailey Coker from Mansfield FFA. And there you have your top 5 middleweights that are showing for our champion in the middleweight division.
Well, let's pump it up. We got Division II Cross Gilts at the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. Hey, Division 1 was fun, and we jumped into Division 2, and the track just got that much faster. I thought each one of these class winners, as they come back, fit together extremely, extremely good. They're stout hogs, and yet they've got an athletic hind leg. They've got look out front. They stayed neat and tidy for the most part at the top of their neck. They paint a very, very good silhouette, and then we try to keep them as genuine right at the ground as we possibly can. And so with all those things in consideration, you get out here and stand out here with them. There is absolutely one that comes at you the best in terms of chest, blade, and arm, and then that same pig is the one that when I get off to the side is unrivaled in terms of look and balance and presence. You stand over them, and I just tell you, she's got more than enough for me, because this is a breeding gilt show. It's not a big back barrack contest. What I like the very best in this division, little lady right here.
Our champion middleweight was Bailey Coker from Mansfield FFA out of Class 12. And that brings in Sarah Alanis from Beeville FFA to run for the reserve champion status.
Oh, we certainly don't hurt the party, if you will, or the drive when we drop that second place Gilt in. And that Gilt in her own right is a very unique individual in terms of just look and presence, in terms of shape and muscle. You correlate her to the other ones out here driving. Do you just have to ask yourself or convince yourself, is that one just loose enough in terms of her skeleton? And I know that we've got them maxed out. And so, but again, breeding type scenario, I like athletes. There is one of them out here that is unrivaled in terms of spread and width and dimension, and again in terms of just sheer back shape and ditch up top, and then from the side painting a very, very good picture. Has got a great big dense hind leg. Her advantage is just in terms of freshness. When I stand over the two in contention, there's one of them, there's just more of her. She was a chest away from being right there, young lady. You're right here going to be reserved. Good job.
Your reserve champion came out of Class 8, Kobe Florence from Tarrant County 4-H. Again, we're going to take a quick lunch break for about 30 minutes. We're looking at calling back about 1:45, so we'll holler back at you then. Attention in the swine barn. Attention and attention crossbred exhibitors. We will be starting the heavyweight crossbred gilt show in just a few minutes, probably close to 2 o'clock. We're a little bit late, but Cooper showed up, and then they showed up with peach cobbler, so it took a little bit longer for us to finish. You can't hear this? All right, you crossbred exhibitors, we're going to start back here about 2 o'clock. About 2 o'clock, we'll start calling for our crossbred gilts in class 15, so be getting them ready. was more Herefords last year here than there were Polands and Lamberts. But there's not this year. But did he turn his belt one way? I'm sure he turned his belt the other way.
But you recognize the kid.
No,
So who took pictures at Fort Worth? What's that called? Gilts photos? F-O-T-O-S. But which side was the red leg on? The show side or the other side? So not the show side. We won't be able to find it. So, but they don't classify. So if you're going this way, we know that was him.
there was some picture. I mean, I wish I remember the guy that came in the office.
Was Gary, remember?
I'm just trying to be honest. We're trying to be rule followers. This week might be
Was Gary,
How?
remember?
I mean, you can ask my guy. Gary was just like, there's nothing we did.
And Tim's are already agreed to get away with a lot. Well, no, because you gotta have them genetic tested now. They gotta DNA a certain percentage.
Yeah, I wondered if he was
That's
gonna
why
show
there's
up
not.
today.
Well, that's what
I
they're
haven't
trying to
seen
find
him.
out.
I haven't seen him. If I see him, you'll know him right off the bat. But I bet he's over there.
Yeah,
I bet
he's
they
gonna
try
be
to
over
run him
there,
over
but I can,
because he's good enough. Dude, he said that's good enough to win this thing, but
but if I could find out, there can't be that many amps, and I could cross-reference.
we'll see if I can find our judge.
He was going to the bathroom.
This is why we asked for it. Should I go ahead and call him?
Yeah. But I get.
All right, this will serve as our first call for Class 15 heavyweight cross gilts. Class 15 heavyweight cross gilts. You need to make your way to the staging area.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the champion's formula at winning-enterprises.com.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
All right, as we start here after lunch, we are starting back with Class 15. There are 37 hogs ranging in weight from 274 to 279. We hope you had a great lunch. Look forward to 5 more classes before we round out with our grain and reserve selection.
Okay, welcome back to the 2026 Crossbred Gilt Show here at San Antonio. We have just started, after our lunch break, Division 3, class number 15. AJ Ginter is sifting, class 15. Weights from 274 to 279. There's 37 head. Just a little recap. We were down and wasn't able to announce over the internet here kind of what our champions were in Division 1 in Division 2. But Bailey Coker from Mansfield had an Allied Genetics leadoff next contestant gilt that won the last class of that division and then was champion in Division 2. Shout out to Weston Charles and his family in the Ally territory in Colorado for having the champion. And the reserve was Miss Colby Florence from Reeves and Smice Genetics, and that is a claws backdrop. She was also the grand gilt at Fort Worth. So that's young lady has had a very successful couple weeks here. We look forward to the next 5 classes, and then the Division 3 champion, and then we will bring back the division and reserve division champions for the overall grand. Many have asked about the sale order and how it works. So basically, we establish a sale order. We don't judge them one by one like maybe like OYE does. We take we have a minimum, I believe, of 35 head that go into a class. They go into the sale, and the one guarantee is every class winner. So there's 15 classes, and every champion in a division and reserve division get in the sale. So for an example, Division 1, first and second came out of the champion and reserve came out of the same class. So that second place gilt was automatically in. So all class winners, and if there are any second places that are reserve divisions, that are automatically guaranteed to be in the premium sale. And what we do is generally video between 2 to 4 gilts, depending on the class depth of quality and what the judge kind of asks us and visits about what to video. We video those gilts, and at the end of the day, after the show, after the grand and reserves are named, we go back with the judge and we establish a sale order in terms of we review some of the gilts that have been videoed, and we come up with a magic number that we feel that's best for the exhibitor, the sale, and the stock show. And so we won't have a sale an order till this evening, but the one guarantee is every class winner and every reserve champion and reserve division will automatically be in the sale. We look forward to visiting with you. The sale will be hosted by SaleRing.live. The videos will be on there this evening. The preview tomorrow, we have an exhibitor meeting at 8 a.m. and the preview will be at 10 a.m. here in this ring, and the sale will be at 1 o'clock. You can go to SaleRing.live to register for a bidder's number. If you have any questions, feel free to call me at 405-255-3076. I've had several inquiries about different gilts and different things in the show and sale, and be happy to visit with you after the show about how they might help your program.
All right, folks, our judges excuse the remaining Gilts in the class. Let's give these kids a big round of applause. Crossbred exhibitors, this is first call for Class 16 Crossbred Gilts. Class 16 Crossbred Gilts, start making your way to the staging area.
Attention, for the sale tomorrow, we will have the sale at 1 o'clock. If you do make the sale, we will post that tonight after the sale order is established. There was an 8 a.m. meeting here in the stands to my left, to the announcer stand left of the ring. It'll be at 8 a.m. and we will do a preview of every lot at 10 a.m. The preview will be on Taylor Fort. The sale is hosted by SaleRing.live. If you know of anybody that is needing to bid, they need to register for a buyer's number on SaleRing.live. TaylorFort.com has the preview along with the show here today. Again, if you make the sale, 8 a.m. required meeting and a 10 a.m. preview.
All right, let's.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
Well, what a way to start after lunch, and I told the boys on the stand that that cobbler got me a little head fog there in the back as they come through because we sent a few more to the rack. But what I would tell you, there's no fog in our class winner because she's the stoutest, she's the soundest, she's the freshest, and then can just flat giddy up and go. It doesn't matter first gear, second gear. She could probably go in 3 and 4 if you asked her to. I like her head shape. Some would say, hey, that one's not as exotic as some of the ones you've used. I'd say it's appropriate for her body because she's got big paws and big feet, sturdy feet, and then everything kind of fits and matches as we set her into motion there. I think a very high-quality gilt to win her first class of heavies. My compliments to that young lady. Little homie here in second. Hate to have you in second. I know you always, I've judged you lots and lots of times, and again, this pig is very, very good in her own right. She's very, very sound. She's very comfortable. As I stood over first and second, the one in second is just not as descript down her back line. She's not near as far-reaching as I get in close. But you talk about hip and hind leg, function of rear leg, and how she gets across the surface is very, very good. For me, she's got to be fresher down her back line. And again, she just didn't have that extra gear of what our class winner did have. The Freak is going to come here in 3. And again, on the stand, I like this one a great deal because she's as broad and dense as anything in the drive. The issue is when we set them into motion, they've got to withstand the test of time. The longer it went, the tighter she got. But man, those are big, big feet. Those are big, big bones. And then at the same time, she's got a great big center rib and body. She's got a big caboose to go with it there. A little different in her arm and front foot there as she comes to me. But again, that's harping and being extra critical on a very powerful kind of a gilt breeding type scenario. Like to have them just a shade looser. But again, that one's got as wild parts as any. One that comes here in 4 is probably the problem child for me because there's so many things about this gilt I like a great deal. She's 3-dimensional in her center rib and body. She's one that's really heavy structured, not near as fresh and just as well presented in terms of skin and hair. And so you read through that and you just find yourself captivated by a big chest and then a gilt, though the longer it went, she wanted to search off of her hind end just a shot and get outside of her body. We pull her hock back in just a shade, then it gets a little more serious for me to chase her up. But again, a breeding piece. Lots of breeding value on that one to be in 4. The one that comes in 5, again, long-necked and certainly very, very well presented as well. She's fresh at the backside of her shoulder. She's certainly got plenty of flair and muscularity, not near as stout and dense in terms of foot and feature out here. But again, if we had a skin and hair contest, this little lady would rise right to the top because she's got that one maxed out and very, very well presented. I thought that gilt's length of body and proportions was just a shot better than the gilt that comes below her. Excuse me. This one here has got a stretch of length of body and gets a little just more vanilla ahead of her blade, if you will, in terms of skull shape and just look out front. And you couple that with the fact to be that big-ended and big caboose, she too wants to dry and flatten right in the middle part of her body there. We round her cage and just freshen her, certainly one we could get higher. The young lady does an awesome job presenting this one to me as well. Tall-fronted, fresh, great job on skin and hair as well. She's rounder in her upper hip. Didn't read that one to be as dense in terms of stoutness of feature. Didn't think she was just as robust from end to end. The young lady that comes here below her has got one that I love, the rear 2/3 of this gilt, because that one's as maxed out as any. Really a big back, big-ended one with a tremendous amount of rib and just a power out here at the same time. She's the most forward, up and upright in her shoulder. She wants to be a little different how she comes to me, but on the stand, just hovering over them, very, very impressive. The black gilt needs to be better chested, but great big-legged and paints a good silhouette. Much the same for the young man's gilt here. Got a big hind leg. It's set in squarely. She just gets her shoulder too far forward and wants to be a little laborsome as we set her into drive. Let's congratulate those kids as they head back.
All right, let's congratulate our class winners in that Class 15 heavyweight crosses. First place was Taylin Tots from Gillespie County 4-H. Second place is Leighton Canales from Odom FFA. Third place was Katie Espedia from Deer Park FFA. Fourth place, Brooklyn Anderson, Huckabee FFA. Fifth place, Landry Foy, Groesbeck, FFA. Sixth place, Rayleigh McCurdy, Aquila, FFA. Seventh place, Riley Clinard from Thorndale, FFA. Eighth place, Logan Canales, Sinton, FFA. Ninth place, Isabella Ketchum, Huckabee, FFA. And rounding out our Class 15 is number 10, Max Pinkston, San Patricio County 4-H. Entering the show ring right now is Class 39, weighing between 280 and 286. We have 39 head.
Okay, we've got some results from class number 15, the first class in the heavy division. The class owner was Taylor Tots from Gillespie County 4-H. Her SoCo bred gilt is a 30-3 roll call. This same gilt was the grand gilt at the grandstand, the statewide show there a few weeks ago. Congratulations to that family in SoCo. Second was Logan Canales, no stranger to winning at San Antonio Stock Show, the Canales family from Sinton. This gilt was raised by C&P Livestock. She's a one-way, tricked out, never before. Katie Espacita, I believe, from Deer Park, was third in the class from McKinley Show Pigs. She's an Awakening Here I Am. And fourth, Brooklyn Anderson from Huckabee. She's from Bartleburg Farm. She's a Woke Cash Money. Congratulations to those exhibitors on the top four. We're now judging class number 16. And the weights on those classes are 280 to 286. There's 39 head. AJ has already basically filled his pins. He is finishing up a few here at the end, and they will crack through again and get us from 10 to the class winner. So we are on the second class of the last 5 classes in the division, the third division.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do.
This will be your
Come
first
see why
call
at
for
Producers
Class
Co-op, it's better
17
here.
crossbred gilts. Class 17 crossbred gilt. Start making your way to the holding area. Let's give these young people a round of applause as our judges excuse those that are still in the show arena. We've got a really tight and tough class right here. We're just going to work through the top 10. Lots of hard work goes into these projects, and they get a big round of applause is about all they're going to get right now. Hug from mom and dad telling them they did a good job.
Well, a fun class. Let's pump it up. Let's give them a big hand. It's a good class of pigs. Top pair is very, very good. The one that looks like a generator to me is the one we go ahead and start with. That thing's an absolute truck as she comes out of the holding pens. And then from the brim of her nose, the width between her eyes, and then she stays neat and tidy at the back side of her neck. And then what transitions behind is very, very good. She's big and broad up top. She's got enough shape to her rib and body. She's got the big fuzzy paws, and then they move awesome out here on the drive. She's got a great bend to her hind leg. She's a long hip kind of a gilt that's broad in her upper hip, maintains spread right through the seam of her pants there. And again, the gilt gets fired up and heated up, and yet still maintains comfort out here. I think that's a pretty nice crossbred gilt. If you like them stout, you love her. If you like them good looking, get in. I think that's a very, very nice kind of a gilt. The gilt in second is a very, very good gilt in her own right. She'll want to turn her front feet just a shot when she comes to you. She's not as bold right in her arm. She's not as dense in her feature. If you read through the hair, didn't see her just as stout and tough about her head. But, man, from the side, I'm harping and being really critical of a very, very good crossbred gilt because that look from the side is very, very ideal. Long hip, level rump, one that's got fresh shape to her body as well. She's got the hair dripping off of her. Hate to have you in second here, but I thought a very, very good pair in this particular class. The gilt that comes in 3, I told the young lady when I put her to the pens, your gilt's a chest away. From the shoulders back, she rivals anything in the drive. She's round in her body. She's broad. She's thick. She's dense. She's got a great big hind leg working in her as well. Her front knee deviates a little. If you get past that, here's a breeding piece for sure. As dense and as tough and as heavy structured as she is, that's an exciting gilt to have in 3. Here's the gilt that comes in 4. And again, she's very interesting in her own right. To me, as you read her correlative to the first 3, she's the roundest in her upper hip. She's a gilt that to me doesn't read as exotic from the side profile. She uses her upper hip just a shot more. She packed more right at the base of her cheek. But man, she's big armed and big bladed for sure as she comes. Lengthen her hip and just give her a neater look out ahead of her blade. Then I'll get really excited to chase her ahead. But again, if that gilt excites you, buy her because there's a breeding type value in a crossbred female that looks like that. The pattern and just look and silhouette from the side is very, very good on this particular female as well. She was the most forward and rocked in her blade, if you will, forward. We need to relax her, open her up at the base of her chest to go ahead and match the field that we saw ahead of her. But man, she's dressed for success. Awesome job on skin and hair. I thought that was a very good gilt, and she shook a ways down. In other classes, we'd have her up several places. Young lady that comes next has got a very good gilt in her own right. To me, of the field up here on the top end of this drive, she's the stretchiest in terms of length of body. She's the flattest in her arm and just in her front knee there. We relax her in her shoulder, shorten her up and boxy her up just from a build perspective. But with being that long-sided and long-backed, she still maintains some strength in her top line. She still has shape to her rib. She looks like a female there. She just, for me, fell out of balance, if you will, as we got from this side. In terms of shape and muscularity, I thought the white gilt could be aired up top in terms of just fresh shape and ditch out of the backside of her shoulder. She'll roll her front feet as she comes to me just a shade, a little more peaked as I watch her go directly away. The belted gilt that comes next, extra heavy structured, got great bend from the side profile. She's a gilt that to me just didn't have the extras in terms of the center body, in terms of rib, and just curved to her outer cage there to chase her up in this particular class. But a gilt I hate to have down the way. The 2 young ladies we round out with, awesome job in terms of presentation as well. Both of them are a little low set and a little round in terms of their upper hip. The blue gilt's got too much condition. The belted gilt, to me, needs to be lengthened in her step off of both ends of her body. Let's congratulate those kids on a very good class. Good job.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, Next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
From Southwest FFA, number 4, Brooklyn Alexander from Hayes County 4-H. Number 5, Briar Parson, Medina County 4-H. 6, Charlie Brown, Natalia FFA. 7th, Christian Contreras from Natalia FFA. 8th was Casey Hawkins, Harper FFA. 9, Braylon Crooks, Perrin FFA. And number 10 in Class 16 was Monica King, Chico FFA. At this time, we're bringing in Class 17 crossbred gilts. There are 41 in this class, ranging in weights from 287 to 297.
Okay, welcome back to the Crossbred Gilts Show. Results from Class 16, the second class in Division 3. Weights from 280 to 286, 39 head. First place, Elizabeth Harkins from Liberty Hill 4-H. That's a Chad Haida. Sorry, Chad. I butchered this for several years. I need to get to know how to pronounce your last name, but she is a wide awake buckle up. Sharing the exact same, at least, sire and maternal grandsire, also a wide awake buckled up. Peyton Goff, Fort Bend County 4-H. It's a Brockman bred gilt, wide awake, buckle up. Okay, Mila Friesenhahn from Southwest has an S&K gilt. That's third. She's a high heat, wide awake, family ties. And fourth was Brooklyn Alexander from Buddha 4-H. She's also a canal. She is a canal gilt. That's a one-way heavy hitter. Extremely impressive group. Again, we are now in Class 17, the third of 5 in the third division.
All right, folks, our judges excuse the rest of them in this arena. Let's give them a big round of applause. They came to San Antonio with a big dream and now being asked to leave, but we're going to go through and sort our top end of this group right here in what's turned out to be a very competitive heavyweight class.
We would also like to recognize some of our live stream sponsors. Very happy with the live stream that Taylor Fort puts on. There's nobody as interactive and is right there as the Taylor Fort stream team. A few of the sponsors, Primo Feeds, the Taylor Fort and crew, or excuse me, Tim Fort and crew.
This will serve as first call for crossbred Gilts, Class 18.
Winning Enterprises.
Start making your way to the staging area.
Which is Tim Ford and I believe Austin Voles is one of the managers now on that. Producers Co-op, Adams Fabrication, Prime Sires, which is the Hoffman family, Byers Farms, Texas, Flatland Show Pigs, Ben Cooley, Mormon Show Tech, several Mormons reps, Murdoch's, which is the feed store, Murdoch's, Rival Genetics, Swinhagen crew, the All In Supplement, the Arthur family there in Oklahoma, and Showright. Showright has some of their supplements featured on the stream. But we appreciate all those sponsors. We'll try to recognize them throughout the day, but we appreciate their support. Their generosity brings this stream to you.
Folks, let's give these that are remaining in the arena a big round of applause as they exit. Very tough class that we've been sorting through right here. They should be proud of what they've done. We're going to get out and work through the top end of this thing and then move on. Crossbred. Crossbred Gilts, Class 18. This is your final call to the holding area. Class 18, Crossbred Gilts. You need to be in the holding area.
Well, another good and fun class to work through, and again, priorities from class to class not going to change. The longest hip, the stoutest featured, the squarest upper hip with the longest step off of her hind end with a flat back and just a neat look goes ahead and starts this particular class. That looks like a breeding female to me. She's got a loose back line and yet still maintains some strength. She's sturdy enough in terms of her front foot. When she comes at me, she's square. When she leaves you, she's that square as well, and then just a hug that's off the ground and then still has spread when you get in close. From afar, you'd think, hey, does that one just have enough punch to and lunch to pack? I'd say she's got plenty, because when you build them with a skeleton like that, they're far hard to ignore. They're hard to build. My compliments to that young lady on a job well done. 2 and 3 is where the debate comes, and I thought the blue-eyed gilt, if I could lengthen her rump and just balance her out from the side, she would easily push our class winner. To me, she's shorter in her upper hip. She's a little quicker in her step, but she was the next closest in terms of the right body condition, the really sharp edge out of the backside of her shoulder, a neat head out front, a neater, cleaner, and tidier pole, head and neck, and then a really fresh back line with a square hind leg laid in her. Again, subtle differences between them. Your class winner is just that much more elite in terms of upper hip range and reach off of her hind end. But that blue one to be in second, she's to be commended because that's an awful nice gilt as well. Hate to have to separate the pair. The gilt that comes here in 3 is, again, maybe as unrivaled as any in terms of just sheer power and muscularity. That view coming at you is what gets her in trouble. To have that much spread on the top side of her body, she definitely has to be bolder as she comes directly to me in terms of blade, arm, and chest. She, too, is the roundest in terms of her pin set, but past that, man, she's stout in terms of her feature. She's one that's really fresh in terms of muscularity. I love her squareness of hind leg, and honestly, she's etched up, shaped up, and just neater and tidier through the lower 1/3 of her body than the gilt that comes out here next. And when this one drives first impression, skin, hair, and presentation, all things spot on. She's got the big fluffy ears. She's got a big, wide, broad back, but at the same time, she's the most plain. Down her back line, she's the least descript at the backside of her shoulder. My biggest issue is to be that wide of a load, she has to be squarer, bolder, and more genuine right at the base of her chest. She closes there, doesn't have the extra power that it takes under me to match, and so for that reason, she goes in 4. The one that comes out next, again, on the stand, I like a good bit. Big arm, big bladed, big chested, a really short bodied and yet elevated one that's got a tremendous amount of feature. She's the shortest stepping of our top end of the drive. We've got to loosen her off of both ends of her body to go ahead and allow her to chase up. This gilt here has the most condition of any in this particular top end drive, but man, I thought her hind leg, I thought her overall width and just overall dimension, softness of center got her up into the position she's in. She needs to be peeled down and sharpened up. Opposite end of the spectrum here, this young guy's got one that is peeled down and certainly really shapely. For me, she just got too flat in terms of her body. She's really big out back and gets a little tighter in terms of her step. To have that much power, she needs to be stouter in terms of her head and jawline out here. The one below her is a little softer in terms of her pastern, wrinkles down her back line, but man, she's a load from end to end in terms of width, body, in terms of squareness of hind leg, all things you could say going in the right direction for her. Not near as exotic out front, needs to be peeled down, just sharpened up. The gilt that we round out, or the gilts we round out with, the blue gilt's got a tremendous amount of power, width, and dimension like we've talked all day. For me, her front ankle's too frail and just a little beaky out front. This gilt needs to be stronger in terms of her front foot. She needs to be better in her center body. Let's give those kids a nice round of applause as they head back.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the Champions formula at winning-enterprises.com.
Like FFA. 6th place, Rome Abrego, Howard County 4-H. 7th place, Lawson Canales, Sinton FFA. 8 was Wyatt Ludke, Cuero FFA. 9th place was Jesse Acosta from James Madison FFA. And 10th place in that class was Jackson Bryan, Pleasanton FFA. Congratulations to all our class winners in Class 17. We're now moving on to Class 18. Class 18, we have 33 head, ranging in weights from 298 to 309. All right.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Attention in the swine barn. Crossbred Gilts, class 19, our final class of crossbred Gilts. You need to make your way to the staging area. Class 19 heavy Gilts, make your way to the staging area.
Okay, results from Class 17. First place, Elizabeth Jansen, Hayes County 4-H. Tres Amigos, it's a Kong buckled up. Kong buckled up from Tres Amigos. Second, Ainsley Kelly, Pleasanton FFA. She's from Scott Heffernan, Navy Blue, tricked out. Third, Steely Ricks from Skidmore 4-H. She's from HF Genetics, the Hayes family. Counting Coop, Bearcat, Wham. Fourth, Dallas Juan Carlos Martinez from Shelby County 4-H. She's a Kilmer bred gilt, caught napping doing this. We're now showing class 19. Excuse me, now showing class 18. 298 to 309.
Again, Class 19 crossbred gilts should be in the holding area. If you have a crossbred gilt that hasn't shown, she should be in that holding area at this time.
Well, interesting class here. Second to last in our heavies, and the young lady here has got a Berkshire appearing gilt. I would have guessed that maybe short on an underline on the side or something to that effect. But man, past that, she is a very nice gilt, good and broad right through the middle part of her body. She's stout-headed and yet clean through the lower part of her throat line there. She is robust when you get on top, and certainly maintains squareness when you crawl in behind. Again, drove them a little longer. She's getting a little fired up. Not going to hold that against her because she's just that much more when I get in close to her. Man, has she got tremendous amount of power. She's square enough when she comes. She's square enough when she leaves. I think lots and lots of good here in this particular gilt. Maxed out to the extreme. I thought a very, very nice one. I'm a man to admit the one in second I sent to the sea. And again, she came through early and wasn't sure what to think. Got a bad spin in the back, and then we get her out here, and I think, man, that one's pretty good pattern. That one's long hip. That one's sound. That one's comfy. That one's really good build in terms of her skeleton, and she's got some feature to go with it. My issue relative to our class winner, she might be a little more comfy in terms of her gear out here, but at the same time, when I crawl in close, not near as much spread and just honest, hard shape down her back line, not near as impressive when you get right in close. But I thought it was a good pair, some give and take on the top end, and if you wanted to talk the differences and flip them, I wouldn't argue with you because I think there's good in both those particular hogs. The calico that's a little stretchy comes out here in 3, and again, the longer it went, she got a little tied up in her front end and wants to close in her front knee there. Shoulders back is as widespread and as thick and as big-ended as anything we saw. Her hind legs set in extremely good. Maybe the biggest tail root in flag tail that we've seen here today. Just needs to get out and go better and last the drive in terms of endurance and flexibility. And again, that view coming has got to match all the power that she's got on the top side of her skeleton. Here's one that has some wild, intriguing pieces. She's ditched out. She's shaped up. She's got a tremendous look out ahead of her blade there at the same time. She's the shortest in her upper hip, and if you'd study her back on the concrete, her rear feet really want to roll, and I'd like to just square her hock and rear leg up just a shade, lengthen her hip, then it gets really serious to allow that one to win her class. Structurally, I think needs to be just a shot better, but past that, skin, hair, presentation, just overall spread and internal body dimension, thing's got a big bold rib and a big wide back. The one that comes out next is, again, sound, functional, very comfy. She's a little rounder in her pin set, a little plainer down her back line, and again, didn't just read her, have the extras as I got off to the side. But if you like a meat and potatoes kind of a gilt that doesn't take you any far-reaching place, that's a good one to be kind of in the middle of the road. Young lady that comes out next, big, tall, elevated, hard-backed, all things you can say, got a beautiful head, gets a little straight off of both ends of her body as we set her into motion. Thought she was the flattest of this top end in terms of her cage. We go ahead and round her body and loosen her off of both ends. That gilt goes up the way for this guy. For me today, though, had to fall down the way. The belted one simply needs to be sounder off of her rear two. The white gilt, ultra broody in terms of her mid-body, really sound, flexible hind leg ear. The front 2/3 of her, I'd like to make her sharper about her look and just give her a more trending eye appeal as we got off to the side. Young man's got one that needs to be stouter and looser off of both ends of its body. The belted gilt we round out with extra stout, extra durable. For me, just a little jammed up off of both ends of her body there in terms of length of hip and length of face. Let's congratulate those kids with a nice round of applause as they head back.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
All right, congratulations to our Class 18 winners. First place was Grayley Kirkpatrick from Toller FFA. Second place, Kinley Scott, Midland County 4-H. Third place, Jacob Powell, Jordanton FFA. Fourth place, Cameron Hull, Williamson County 4-H. Fifth place, Cassidy Whitaker, Breckenridge FFA. Sixth place, Brooklyn Boatwright, Georgetown FFA. Seventh place, Cassie Williams, Bandera FFA. Eighth place, Paisley Wells, Coryell County 4-H. Ninth place, Luke Diego, James Madison FFA. And 10th place, Hayes Music, Stephenville FFA. We are now moving into our last and final class of our crossbred gilt show. Our heavyweight crossbred gilts in class 19. There are 33 head, ranging in weights from 310 to 350 pounds. All right, folks, for the last
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
This will be our first call. First call for our first and second place Gilts in the crossbred drive for class 15, 16, 17, and 18. Those first place Gilts need to start making their way back to the staging area for our champion heavyweight crossbred Gilt drive. Again, we need first and second place Gilts in the crossbred drive for class 15, 16, 17, and 18. You need to be headed to the staging area at this time. All right, folks, so let's give these last runs right here a big round of applause. Made it a long way through the day, made it to the final cut in these crosses. Just not quite high enough right now, but let's give them a big round of applause as they exit the show arena.
Well, certainly a good way to end our crossbred classes, and I'd be remiss if one time here before we get too much further, we're done with classes. Let's give all the gate help in the back, all the volunteers, a big round of applause. was a time or two they had to keep me in line back there, and so I appreciate that. This last class, I think, falls together relatively easily for me. The best jointed, best looking, tallest shouldered with the best body shape goes ahead and starts there on the far side. And I'm not going to tell you that one's just the longest hip, but I think her hip's long enough because her hock joint in rear feet are just so much better than the gilt that we've got in second. Her three-dimensional look when I get in close, she's short-bodied and yet elevated. She's big underneath as she comes, like we've talked all day. She's got a good forearm and a square hind leg as we set her into motion. Again, that's a very, very good kind of a heavyweight gilt. For that kind of size and weight, still maintains a good kind of flesh and a good kind of a look in terms of maturity's sake. I thought the young lady did a very, very nice job. This one that's in second is a boxy devil for sure. I mean, that one's great, big-backed and pliable right through the center part of her body. She's got a stout head and yet a neat look as she comes to me. This gilt, we could clean her hock up just a shot. We could just square her rear feet right at the surface. Then it gets a little more serious for me to jump her up into pole position. Here's an intriguing one that comes out next, and again, not perfect, but what I will tell you, maybe as dense a rear foot and ankle as anything that we've seen in a minute out here. Again, if she has parts and pieces that you absolutely need to make them stouter, then this is a gilt you probably need to look up. She gets a little crazy walking when you get right in behind, but man, oh man, where her pieces are good and where her parts are good, you could reach and swing a long, long way. There's some of my buddies that gravitate to pieces like that to build the next herd boar. I think a nice gilt to be there in 3. This one that comes in 4, for me, initially as she came through the sift pen, I didn't think she had a stout enough head. I didn't prefer just her skull shape, but man, past that, she's a sound, comfortable kind of a gilt. Her rear leg's not as big as the one that starts. She's not as dense in terms of her front arm and ankle as well. Just didn't read her to be as tough built as what those first 3 are. This guy likes them to be stout. For me, she's plenty safe. The young man that comes out next has got one that's really meat and potatoes in terms of body shape, in terms of flesh and just shape up high. All things going in the right direction. We need to clean her throat latch and just sharpen her look ahead of her blade. Female type scenario. Thought she moved just a shot better than the black gilt that comes next. Here's a short-bodied, muscular one as well. For me, she gets a little dainty about her head, a little round in her upper hip. Just didn't have the extra show ring eye appeal as we got off to the side. Young lady that comes out next, again, another black gilt. That view coming out of the holding pens is what gets her down the line. She wants to close in her arm and front foot there, but from afar paints a beautiful picture. She gets a little stilty and upright in her blade as well. But I thought a good gilt to shake down the way. The gilt that comes out next gets a little stretchy for me. It's a little rounder in terms of her upper hip and just doesn't balance quite as nicely from the side profile. Get in close and climb on top. She's got some spread and width and dimension there. Just needs to balance better. Young lady that the 2 young ladies, you guys want to turn them out here, doing an awesome job. 2 good gilts to end our crossbred classes. Let's give them all a big round of applause as they head back to their pens.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the Champions formula at winning-enterprises.com.
From James Madison, FFA. Second place was Carson
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.
Ninth place, Rylan Marshall from Medina Valley FFA. And 10th place in our final class of heavyweight crosses was Olivia Dartry from Georgetown FFA. All right, as we get ready for our heavyweight crossbred drive, from Class 15, first place was Talon Toch from Gillespie County 4-H. First place from Class 16, Elizabeth Harkins, Williamson County 4-H. From Class 17, Elizabeth Jansen, Hayes County 4-H. Class 18 was Braley Kirkpatrick, Toller FFA. Class 19 was Eliza Bynick from James Madison FFA. There are our 5 heavyweight champions.
Okay, we now have our champion drive in our heavyweight division. Our Class 15 winner is Talon Toch. That's a SoCo Gilts. She's a 30-3 roll call. First place out of Class 16 is Elizabeth Harkins. That's a Chad Haja, on a wide awake buckle up. Chad Haida, I remember that now. Class 17, Elizabeth Jansen, a Tres Amigos Kong buckle up. Braley Kirkpatrick has Class 18 class winner, and that's a CNC OG. And the last class was Elizabeth Renzik from James Madison, and that's an Ally Genetics Gilt, and I have not got with Weston to find out the pedigree.
One last time, let's give our heavyweight division a big round of applause. Again, the lights and middles came through, and again, those ones that came before them, awful good. We get our heavies back out here. And I think just as good. And again, gave up some power in places to get the build and the bone that we wanted from the side. And again, I think all 5 of these are the ones that if I was going to back up a trailer and load for home, they certainly, out of each class, without a doubt, would be our class winners we'd load. And yet there's one of them out here to me that just looks just that much better in terms of skull, in terms of bone, in terms of just general squareness. You stand over, she's got a big ditch, she's got a neat look out front, she's got great big paws, and just that pattern and silhouette is very good. The one that I like the very best, just a notch sharper in terms of muscle, this little lady right here. Congratulations. Good job.
Champion Division 3 is Elizabeth Harkins from Liberty Hill 4-H or Williamson County 4-H. Chad Haida, wide awake, buckled up. Wide awake, buckle up, Chad Haida.
We dropped that second place in, and again, a very, very good gilt. If you think back to class, that class was deep and certainly probably the deepest class that we saw all day. And you drop her out here amongst the group, and again, you correlate her to the field. She's just that much better as well. The one I like second best, the one that was second in class. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Congratulations in second place in the Class 16, Peyton Goff from Fort Bend County 4-H. It's a Brockman bred gilt, and she is ironically a three-quarter sister, at least, to the champion. She's a wide awake, buckle up.
All right. Our champion heavyweight went to Elizabeth Harkins, Williamson County 4-H. Out of Class 16, and reserve champion was Peyton Goff from Fort Bend County 4-H, also out of Class 16. All right. For those of you that are wondering what's going to happen next, we've got to a slight pause. We're going to take a short break while we wait for our show executives to arrive. We will probably call that first class over here at 5:30 to start the champion drive. So that gives you a little break to go get you something to eat and drink, get back over here. But those of you showing, we'll call you back at that time. Attention in the barn, crossbred gilts. If you are a division champion or reserve champion, we will be calling you back over at 5:30 to get weighed in and lined up while we wait for show executives to show up and present awards. Yes, I've been texting her every class. She has not responded anything to me. For what class? If you had, we need parents for our champion and reserve champion heavyweight, a parent or guardian, to make their way to the backstage area. You need to sign paperwork for your DNA testing. She'll send me a text. Meg, I've been, I don't know who it is. Haven't said anything otherwise. Okay, get on my paperwork done. And while we wait, I need to announce our Class 19 winners. Class 19 was Eliza Beinnick from James Madison FFA. Second place was Carson Mitchell, Midland County 4-H. Third place was Kason Longcrier, Lindale FFA. Fourth place, Jessley Mills, Hyco FFA. Fifth place, Landon Greer, Gray County 4-H. Sixth place, Hudson Helms, Williamson County 4-H. Seventh place, Zaylee Frentz from Williamson County 4-H. Eighth place was Haston Hunter from Wise County 4-H. Ninth place was Ryland Marshall, Medina Valley FFA. And 10th place was Olivia Dartry from Georgetown FFA. Carson Mitchell from Midland County 4-H. We need you and your pig in the back to video for sale order. Attention in the barn, Carson Mitchell, second place in Class 19 crossbred gilts. You need to bring your pig backstage to be videoed as soon as possible. Carson Mitchell, please return backstage to video behind the announcer stand. It gets so chaotic when you do a deal like that. There's 20 people going. I'm like, okay. Reserve was second in that class. Peyton Goff before being class 16. So he used class 16 for both of them.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Attention crossbred exhibitors. Our 6 finalists, be getting your pigs up and getting them ready. We'll call you shortly. We'll be calling you up here in a few minutes. We got a few already here. You're ready to go and eager. So just chill out. We'll be calling you up in just a few minutes to come to the scales. For those of you that are listening to this mic, I said you 6 crossbred division winners and reserves, y'all just chill out. We're going to be bringing you up here, and we'll call you up in just a few minutes. 3 of you got a little eager, but we'll take you to the scales here just shortly. Crossbred gilt exhibitors, if you're one of the top 6 champion or reserve champion of each division, go ahead and make your way up to the holding area.
Are y'all going to do the talking at the scholarship piece?
Oh, he can do it if he's the chairman. Let him do it.
We'll introduce you who the kids are. And normally somebody does, this is what we do, this is why we do it, that kind of thing.
Gotcha.
So.
Well, it don't matter. She's good at talking.
I didn't bring the script, but I can talk, I guess.
What else do you need to know?
Rock, paper, scissors is what she's been
No. No, seniority. That's seniority.
And y'all been a part of it before, so
Yeah.
y'all
We
y'all
know.
know how it works.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we'll pick the Supreme.
Yeah.
Then take a chance, take a little break for y'all to do the picture and all that kind of stuff, and then we'll pick our reserve.
Okay.
Work?
That works for me. And then
Thank
I
you.
just will introduce. Let me get y'all's
You need
name.
glasses?
Let me get my paper real fast. Okay. This is a show. I know, but we good. 'Cause I'm doing this, so I'm like,
Oh, yeah, totally.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
Crossbred gilt exhibitors, we need all division and reserve division pigs to the show arena. All division and reserve division pigs to the show arena at this time. shirt. Haven and paper. Is that Haven or paper up there? The little boy. That's Haven. My paper is gone. Peyton Gall with the reserve champion heavyweight crossbred. We need you to the holding area immediately.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show
Peyton
ring.
Gall.
At Producers Co-op, we
No,
offer
we need
high-quality
you
show
at
feed,
the holding
supplements, and supplies
area
designed for your animal's best performance.
with your
Our
reserve
specialized
champion
feeds promote
heavyweight
optimal
division
growth,
crossbred
conditioning,
gilt.
and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
I'm going to, the sale deal, I'm making an announcement. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Champion Crossbred Gilt Drive here at the San Antonio Livestock Expo. We are excited to have everybody here. A couple of announcements before we begin the drive. The sales selection will be posted on the San Antonio website later this afternoon. If you are one of the gilts that was selected to be in the sale, we have a meeting in the morning at 8 o'clock in these stands that is a mandatory meeting. So make sure you check that website tonight and see if you were one of the ones chosen. If they videoed your gilt, you're eligible to be in the sale, but from that group, they will choose the ones that will actually make the sale. With that being said, we are excited to have our judge, Mr. A.J. Ginter from Archibald, Ohio. He has done an amazing job working with our young people today. He's judged shows all over the country, and you know why. He spends the time, he spends the effort. Let's give him another big San Antonio welcome and thanks for all that they've done. With that being said, we're going to introduce our reserves and have them parade to begin the drive. We're going to start with our reserve lightweight division, Haven Rye Creel. She is a Young County 4-H member. Her parents are Chet and Dancy Creel. She loves raising show pigs, lambs, cattle with her big brother True and baby brother Rooster. She loves basketball, volleyball, dance, and making killer grades. Haven plans to be a Texas A&M Aggie and a Texas Tech Red Raider to become a meat science professor. She thinks Dr. Creel sounds pretty cool. Our reserve medium weight is Kobe Florence of Tarrant County 4-H. Kobe's parents are Courtney Florence and Kenny Florence. Her hobbies include showing pigs and hanging out with friends. Her future plans are to study animal nutrition and go into something with feeds. And finally, our heavyweight reserve champion, Peyton Goff from Fort Bend County 4-H. Her parents are Caleb and Rachel Went and Bubba and Brittany Goff. She enjoys showing pigs and art, and her future college plans are to go to Texas Tech and major in ag communications. Again, those are our reserve champions. Let's give them all a big round of applause. They have accomplished something absolutely wonderful. Before we bring our champions out, we're going to introduce some very special people to the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. At this time, we'd like to introduce two of our lifetime AVPs, Assistant Vice Presidents, Charlie Raber and Jackie Vandewally, and they will introduce the rest of our fine guests, and then we'll give them a big round of applause and say thank you for all your continued support of the Crossbred Gilt Show.
Here we go. There you go. Wants to do it? Introduce the rest. Okay, introduce the rest. John, do you know?
All right, I'm going to go ahead and introduce everybody, the AVPs. We got Big John Leifester here. And then we have Christy Allen. And y'all already introduced to Mr. Van Walnut, right? And then our chairman of livestock is Ryan Coble. The chairman of the swine committee was supposed to read this, but he's not here, so I'm going to give it an attempt. Welcome to our 77th Stock Show and Rodeo. I am Terry McFadden. I am vice chair of livestock. I'll give you some facts. 279 million to date have started and shown here at the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo since 1954. I'm trying to read it. 84, I'm sorry. SAIL is committed to fulfilling our mission statement, which is a volunteer organization that emphasizes agriculture and education to develop the youth of Texas. We want to congratulate all of our exhibitors today for their efforts, achievements, for their fairness in competition, and for their continuing awareness of animal welfare. Congratulations, everybody. How many scholarships are we giving away today? 2? 1, okay. Today we're going to be giving 1 scholarship away to the grand champion, and You know, these kids work hard on these projects. My son used to show pigs, and it's a family project as well as a kid project, and give them all a good hand when they do get their awards, because they do work their butt off. And we want to thank the parents, the ag teachers, the county agents, everybody that helps these kids, because they do work hard for it. And it builds really good culture in these kids, and they grow up to be really outstanding citizens. And we need them this day and time. So give them a hand, and we'll continue on with the awards. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you again for y'all's continued support of the Crossbred Gilt Drive. All right, with no further ado, our champion lightweight is Charles Davis of Joshua FFA. His parents are Chuck and Brandy Davis. He enjoys spending time in the barn and playing baseball. He plans to go to Texas A&M University and major in agribusiness. Congratulations, Charles. Our reserve champion is Bailey Coker of Mansfield FFA. Bailey's parents are Kyle and Jenna Coker. She enjoys showing, volleyball, and football. She plans to go to Texas Tech University and become an ag teacher. Dr. Fitter is what she will be. Congratulations. And finally, our heavyweight division winner is Elizabeth Hankins. She is from the Liberty Hill 4-H Club. Her parents are Megan and Michael Hankins. She enjoys showing pigs, and her future college plans are to go to cosmetology school. Congratulations. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to our three champions. Wish them the best of luck. One of these will be your champion crossbred gilt for the 2026 San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. I'm going to hand him this microphone. Would y'all hand him that microphone?
Kiddos, you can shut them down just for a second here. First and foremost, thank you to the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo for the opportunity to come down and sort your crossbred gilts. It's always, when you live in Ohio and you're a stock guy and you raise pigs, you always pay attention to what's going on at San Antonio and what pigs are winning, what sires are working, because it's, the granddaddy of them all, if you will, in the barrow arena. And the crossbred gilts have been nothing short of amazing here. So I appreciate the opportunity. I don't know where Brian's at, but when he calls and he says, hey, looking for a San Antonio judge, it'll stand the hair up on the back of your neck and put a little pep in your step for the next couple of months as you anticipate and as you come and get ready to judge the show. Secondly, I'd like to thank my father-in-law. He came along there. He's sitting over there. And one of the main points that I'd put to you, my son is out here with me today, and this is why we do it. This is why we're here, is these young people right here. If I had $1 for every time that my little homie asked me, Dad, when are we going to San Antonio? Can we go to San Antonio? How many more days is it till San Antonio? I'd be a very, very rich man. And we've got 3 other kids at home. I love them just as dearly. Ava's probably at home. Unfortunately, we have to buy Barras already. And so the oldest got to stay home and take care of the stock. I know she'd have loved to have been here. I know my wife would have loved to have been here, and Allie and Ames as well. And so if you're watching online, kiddos and honey, I love you. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to leave and come and work with y'all's kids here at the San Antonio Stock Show. It means a lot to me. So let's pump it up for my kids, my family. But honestly, this really isn't about me. It's not about Alec. It's about these kids and these memories. thought a lot about in the last week coming to Judge San Antonio. This boy looks like he's close to being a senior. I don't know how old you are, but I've got a senior this year, and I would have never really thought when she was Alex's age that I'd have a senior. And so parents, I know we like to gripe, and I know we like to think, man, we got beat, that stunk, that it's not about what we win at the shows, man. Remember the memories you made in the barn with your kids. I'm the worst show dad of anyone here. I could win an award for how many times I've yelled at my kids, and I wish I wouldn't have. I could win an award for how many times I've said, hey, man, we should have won. I think the livestock business would be a whole lot greater if a lot of times instead of pointing the finger, we just look in the mirror. So next time y'all you think, hey, man, that guy didn't do it right, hey, just look in the mirror and think, man, what could I have done to do better to make myself better instead of worrying about everybody else? I know, boy, his name's Emerson Wagner. Back home, he's a great gentleman. He's helped me immensely. He told me something a long, long time ago that I've always remembered, and I've tried to live by it, honestly. He said, the first time you worry about what anybody else is doing in the business that you're in is the last day you should be doing that. He said, take care of your business, take care of things you can control, and charge ahead. I'm going to leave you with 3 things. Love your family, love your friends, and love the Lord. I'm going to get you a grand champion. God bless Texas.
Again, let's give another big round of applause to our judge, A.J. Ginter. And your grand champion comes from the heavyweight division, Elizabeth Hankins of Williamson County 4-H. We're going to take just a moment and get some pictures and make a presentation. Again, thank you to everybody that has been a part of this. And then we'll bring out our reserve grand champion, Peyton Go, from Fort Bend County 4-H. AJ, if you want to come over, they're going to present the award right quick. You guys just settle them down out there. Again, for winning grand champions, she'll be receiving a $10,000 scholarship on behalf of the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. Let's give them a big round of applause for their continued support of our youth. You can't get any better than this. So congratulations, young lady. Congratulations to Elizabeth Hankins. And at this time, we'll be showing for our reserve grand champion among the 3 that are still out there. Harkins. I'm sorry, I've been saying that wrong. Elizabeth Harkins. And your reserve grand champion is Peyton Go of the Fort Bend County 4-H Club. Congratulations, young lady, and thanks again for everybody for coming out. We'll have her come over and make a presentation. Again, thank y'all for everything you do.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the champion's formula at winning-enterprises.com.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit AdamsFabLivestock.com to get started today.